morning, everyone. I'm CBS19 Chief Meteorologist Brett Anthony, along with meteorologist Sarah Blue here in the Weather Center with a weather impact alert. We don't have any watches or warnings in place currently, at least when it comes to severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings. We do have this flash flood warning up in Marion County and Cass County and parts of Bowie County that goes until 6:15 this morning, thanks to all the heavy rainfall up there. But this is just going to be a casual coverage of the storms as they move back into East Texas. We're going to have rain, we'll have thunder. We could see additional flash flood warnings because of the rain that comes back in. We do have flash flood warnings right now out in Dallas County, Tarrant County. And so as a result of these thunderstorms moving back in, we just wanted to make sure everybody was up to date. If you wake up and you're wondering what's going on, I'm hearing thunder, I'm seeing lots of flashes of lightning in the sky. That's what we're going to do. So for the next hour, hour and a half or so, we'll walk you through these thunderstorms as they move through parts of East Texas. Right now, they're moving into Van Zandt County. We know there's a lot of folks out in Canton or want to go to Canton for First Monday trade days. Sarah just put the radar into motion. You can see the storms are starting to surge a little bit now to the east. Atmosphere is pretty worked over, so we don't have a ton of energy like we had yesterday, but we do have those stronger cells that are just to the west of, say, Anderson County right now in Henderson County. And so right around Mejia, and that's going to be moving eastward. So there might be a couple of wind gusts. We don't have the National Weather Service Fort Worth radar site right now. It is down there having some transmitter issues, so we're trying to work around that using some adjacent radar sites to try to kind of fill in the gaps a little bit. So while it looks like the rain is quite a bit lighter back in the Dallas area toward Ennis, it's not. There's some heavier rain out there, and there's a lot of lightning also being picked up. In fact, we have a live view from our CBS affiliate over in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, KTVT, and this is going to be Highway 75 in North Dallas, and you're looking in the Galleria area, and you can see the streets are all wet. If I leave this up just long enough, you'll probably see a lot of flashes of lightning in the early morning sky. They've had quite a bit of rain over there also. Again, some flash flood warnings for Dallas, for Fort Worth, and that's probably going to continue until the rain gets on out of there. By the way, overnight there was a flash flood emergency in the city of Texarkana. The National Weather Service reporting that emergency management officials over in the Texarkana area rescued more than 30 people from an apartment complex after high water had rushed into the parking lot and into the apartment complex building. So they had 5.5 inches of rainfall in Texarkana since yesterday, so just a ton of rain up there. In the meantime, we're just seeing rain and thunderstorms, and we're going to track these for you as they move on in. So what time would they get into Smith County? Well, we're talking about, if they're moving eastward, I think now roughly 30 to 40 miles an hour, same speed as we've been seeing here recently. So they should be moving into Smith County most likely in about the 7 o'clock hour. Van at 6:06, Brownsboro about 6:16. You can see they're moving into Tyler Pounds about 6:39. And Tyler at 6:52, Palestine around 7:03, and White House about 7:11. Not sure about the flight out of Tyler this morning. I think there's one at 6:30 on Saturday. I know there's one that takes off right around 10:30, but any of those, or at least a very early first flight, could be delayed just a little bit. Also, flight out of Longview this morning headed to DFW right around 6 o'clock. That also may have some minor delays thanks to these thunderstorms moving in, or your pilot will find a way around the thunderstorms because that air is pretty turbulent aloft as they would try to fly out to the west. So keep that in the back of your mind. You may have some bumpy flights if you're trying to, if you're driving to Dallas and then flying out and flying back to the east. There's a lot of turbulence in the air, and so you'll experience that as a flyer. Otherwise, no severe thunderstorm warnings, no tornado warnings. I'm going to toss it over to Sarah. Sarah has pretty good news this morning. Some of the data yesterday looked like we might have some stronger winds blowing back into parts of East Texas this morning.
Hey, Brett. Yeah, definitely. I'm glad to see that things are not quite as dicey as they were forecasted to be on some of our weather models. Right now, just some lightning and some rain, which is a huge relief after the very bumpy afternoon and evening that we had yesterday. We were on with you guys with so many tornado warnings. Glad to see that everything is staying below that severe level. Now, Brett mentioned this before, but I want to dive a little bit deeper into it. We pull a lot of information for our radar data based off of several different sites. Our main one is out towards Shreveport. We pull it from the National Weather Service out there. Some of it is up in Oklahoma. Another one, we have two main ones, one in Shreveport, Louisiana, the other one in Fort Worth. And we're getting news in that Fort Worth radar site, it's down at the moment. That means we're not able to pull any data on it. The last data, I believe, was closer to 5 o'clock when we were able to pull that. So it's about an hour old at this point. What we're doing is we have another way to pull information. We have what's called HD5 type. Essentially, this comes from other products as well, and they combine some satellite information as well as national radar. So we can see there is still some rain there, not quite as heavy, but that could just be a gap in the radar return while we're waiting for the transmitter to be fixed out there. National Weather Service Fort Worth said that they have people on the way, so that should be back up later this morning. The good news is we're not seeing anything severe right now. There are some heavy pockets of rain from Canton just to the west of Emory, as well as out toward Athens. I'm going to turn this HD5 type radar off. So it's not kind of the same thing, just a little bit of a different view there for you. Maybe a little bit of rotation out toward Emory. I'm not really tracking anything that's concerning to me at this point. There you go. We have to pull off of a far radar site. But again, just general run-of-the-mill rotation. We're tracking most likely a mesocyclone there. That just means broad scale rotation. Again, nothing to be concerned about besides a potentially stronger storm. I haven't seen anything that I'm particularly concerned about this morning. Now, we did have a lot of storms come through and knock out a lot of our thunderstorm energy. That's what you're looking at on your screen right now. It's known as CAPE, convectively available potential energy. And basically that acts as gasoline for these thunderstorms to form. Right now, we're seeing some, but not enough that I'm concerned about something severe at the moment. A lot of us are sitting in the greens and blue category, which is on the lower end. Yesterday, if you were watching, we pulled up this data layer and we were seeing lots of red light up across our region. It almost looked like it was on fire from all of that red. That was just due to the intense amount of thunderstorm energy as well as tornado energy that we saw in our area. So the good news is that has really begun to come down. I'm going to switch back over to our reflectivity. Things are looking a lot calmer out there than they were earlier. I wonder if I can put a front on this because we've been just tracking this stationary front and this cold front. It should begin to pick up steam here sometime soon. Alrighty, I'm going to put this in there. It's coming right through there at the moment is where I think the front is. And that's going to continue to push out to the east through the rest of the morning. So it'll try to move out to the east there, going that direction, kind of almost directly east across our area. But again, I'm not seeing anything severe at the moment. There is a chance that we could see some very gusty winds as this picks up later in the day, but I would suspect that that would be closer to the afternoon when we have more of a peak heating type event. So you know how it gets hotter through the rest of the day, usually between that, I would say 2:30 to maybe 5-6 p.m. window, we have the warmest temperatures of the day. That's what we need to get some of these going. Now, this is moving not as fast as we originally thought, so it's slowing down out there. It could pick up once again like when we get the sunrise in here, but I'm not seeing anything that is particularly concerning besides the potential for some hail and some lightning. Toward Emory and toward Hawk Cove, there is a little Titan indicator popping up. I'm going to go ahead and click on that and see what our hail impact is. About an 80% chance of hail, which, yeah, given what we're seeing, that's very likely. I'm trying to get our maximum size of hail on there. About 1/3 of an inch in diameter, so that's pocket change. Nothing terribly big, but still enough that it could cause a dent in some more fragile items that may be outside, if you have like a glass coffee table outside or something like that. But otherwise, just general run-of-the-mill thunderstorms. Hey, Brett, I'm tossing it back to you.
Yeah, and I think still that the fact that the Dallas-Fort Worth site is out, we're just kind of like not getting in. There's lightning back there, so there's got to be some rain back there around Waxahachie over toward Fort Worth and up toward Plano. But yeah, we're just kind of getting a little, I would call it maybe a little bit of an incomplete picture there from the radar site. So certainly some small hail possible, some wind gusts close to maybe 30 or 40 miles an hour. All right, we have some video this morning. This is going to be from, I believe it's Sharon Elementary near Gilmer. I think it's really in the Betty community. Brendan Gurley is out this morning shooting some video from us. This is from yesterday's storm. Likely this is going to be tornado damage. Now the National Weather Service has not announced they've come out to do any kind of surveys for today. They don't have anything planned yet, but you can see it looks like, I'm not sure exactly what we're seeing. That might be the school itself, and it looks like the front side of the school. Yeah, either, not sure what those yellow thing, if that was some sort of, you think they're pillars? So Jesus Martinez says they look like pillars. So it might be, oh yeah, I can see it. So kind of like a metal structure, and it might have been pushed inward. So the winds may have hit the face of the school and then just sort of buckled those pillars back into the school and then ripped the metal sheeting apart there just a little bit. So that's Sharon Elementary School. It was Sharon A. Richardson Elementary School up in the Betty community near Gilmer. So strong winds. We had strong winds yesterday on that storm. Might have been closer to 100, 125 miles an hour estimated by the radar. Fortunately, it looked like it was not right in town, but more so out. But it hit the elementary school, did some damage there. Also, some reports, several trees down, a couple of trees into houses in that area, parts of Upshur County. The Ozarka bottling plant was also hit for the second time in about 10 years. Back in 2016, they suffered a hit from a tornado, and they may have taken another hit yesterday. Of course, we'll wait and see from the Weather Service on what type of storm power that had, what the wind speeds were. So anyway, we're tracking these thunderstorms. Here's Smith County, Van Zandt County right now, raining in Canton once again. So if you're just waking up, you're hearing thunder and lightning, no warnings in Canton. This is why we're here this morning, is really just to sort of alleviate some fears that perhaps another strong storm is moving in. There is a day where we do have a marginal risk, a slight risk, and even an enhanced risk down in Deep East Texas. And Sarah, I do have a couple graphics loaded in if you just want to walk us right on through here. I can go through with future skycast, and you can just hit advance, and it should be, this is all set up, ready to go. Lots of lightning, by the way, I'm just seeing. So yesterday, by the way, Tyler broke a record with the most rainfall they've had on an April 4th, 3.68 inches of rainfall. Double check it on that Longview total, but there is a chance that Longview picked up only 1/10 of an inch of rain. They'll get some more today. Texarkana, that's also a record of 5.33 inches of rainfall. Palestine had about 1.5 inches, and Athens had about 3/4 of an inch. Mineola about 1.5 to 1 3/4 of an inch of rain. Anywhere in that red, though, yesterday, this is where we've seen several flash flood warnings. That is in excess of 4 inches of rainfall as it gets into that orange. All right, next graphic up here, we're going to look at the watches warnings. So flash flood warnings are still in effect till 8:15 now, so this got extended. That's Marion County and also up into Cass County. And then you've got several counties out in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, Tarrant County, Dallas County, also Collin County and Rains County, Rockwall County until I believe this one goes to a little bit later in the morning. But flash flood warnings there as they have more heavy rainfall moving back into the DFW. All right, so as we move on here, I'll take a look at the next graphic up, and we're going to look outside here in Tyler. And it does look like we may have a frozen camera angle. We may have taken somewhat of a lightning hit overnight. 65 degrees right now, light north winds. So we are going to have to, the front push through here. The dew points are still pretty juicy, but the front is sitting right on top of us. So it's this area down here that has all the energy today. Hemphill, Lufkin, Nacogdoches Center. Temperatures in the mid-70s there. Mid-70s at this time of the day. You go right across the front. Mount Pleasant's down to 59. Terrell's down to 53. Athens is at 61. Tyler's just come up to 66. So this front's just kind of wobbling back and forth. But look out at Lubbock, 46 degrees. Tulsa's at 48. Denver's at 27. Hello, winter. Welcome back. There is a chance for snow, believe it or not, in parts of West Texas into Oklahoma by tomorrow. So this is what I was talking about here, where the temperatures are in the 70s. We've got an enhanced risk of severe weather in this area over Deep East Texas. So when we get later into the afternoon, we're going to have to watch this area here for the potential for a couple more rotating supercells, and it's showing up in some of the data here. This is our rotation potential, and it's in that medium strength range. Now, yesterday, when I showed this back on Thursday night, I was showing you some that were showing up in the oranges and yellows on the high end. So this is low to medium, but still, and it's right in Harrison County, Panola County, into Nacogdoches County, southern parts of Nacogdoches County and Angelina County. And look at the motion, the direction that they're moving, southwest to northeast. So there's a chance, can't rule this out, there's a chance this afternoon we could have a tornado warning in Deep East Texas. Probably not as strong as what we saw up over North Texas yesterday or Northeast Texas, but there is a chance. And this is a little bit perhaps overdone. One of the reasons that I wanted to come back in this morning was because that looked like we were going to have some wicked winds. But as Sarah mentioned, the atmosphere is pretty worked over from yesterday. Those storms were really strong. But at any rate, those storms should be through Tyler or in Tyler by 7 a.m. By 9 a.m., they're out of here. And then as we get into the afternoon, here's what we're going to watch, these other little cells that could pop up. But temperatures in the 60s, that's pretty tough to have a tornado warning with temperatures in the 60s. So maybe more of a hailer down there in deep East Texas. Sarah, that's what I'm thinking now that I see that, and I'm seeing that the temperatures are so cool. Now, having said that, and like I said, a professor in college always said to me one time, never use never and always when describing the weather, right? So there was a time when I was working up in Kansas City, we had a dew point of 39 in Lawrence, Kansas, and we had a tornado. Yeah, I know, right? There was a warm front involved there, so it was kind of sitting on the front, so it got rooted on the boundary. But in deep East Texas today, if that boundary is moving southeastward, there could be. So again, I always preface whatever I say with never use never and always when talking about any type of certain. There are no certainties when it comes to the weather world, right?
That is very true. Try to pull up our dew points real fast. This is today, Saturday. This is, again, going to be a future skycast dew point, so we are expecting some pretty humid air. If you're stepping outside, you'll likely feel it. I mean, it is on the cooler end of things for areas from Mineola to Gilmer up to our northwest and back into Dallas. That's where we've been on the northern side of that stationary front. But as this pushes through, I do expect us to see a drop in the dew point. So you're seeing the lighter green as the numbers go down. Essentially, a dew point, I'm going to explain it to you scientifically because we have time. That is the temperature at which the air needs to cool in order for the water to condense out. So the point at which dew forms. And it's always measured as a degree, either Fahrenheit, Celsius, or Kelvin if you're a big science nerd like us.
You broke out Kelvin. Awesome.
I did. Hey.
You win the day.
Thank you, Brett. But essentially, the lower the number, the drier the air, and the higher the number, the more humid the air. And what we're seeing right now this morning is lots of humidity. So 70s, that is on the higher end of things, from Tyler back to Nacogdoches and into Lufkin. Once we drop to the 50s, that is still a little bit of humidity in the air, but not enough to really cause any sort of big sticky feeling in the air. And then as we continue through the rest of the day, dew points are just plummeting. By the time we get to late tonight and early tomorrow morning, and even tomorrow, our dew points are all the way down into the 30s. That's very dry air. We'll have a few gusty winds with that as well. I don't think that that's dry enough for us to have any real concern of fire danger, but that's something we'll continue to keep an eye on just in case the National Weather Service does decide to talk about that. And we're going to stay dry all the way into Monday and Tuesday. So good news there. We don't have to worry about any type of rain coming once we get through this system. I'm taking you back out to radar. Again, some heavy rain starting in Athens and Canton. Lots of lightning out there. Now, I'm going to say this. We say it all the time. I say it all the time. When thunder roars, go indoors. Lightning is one of those very deadly weather hazards that you don't necessarily think about. It's why a lot of times they cancel football games, baseball games, anything like that when there's lightning, because it can strike out of nowhere. You don't really have a lot of warning. So make sure that you're staying inside as this lightning passes you by. We've seen a very electric storm. I've been watching your camera over Dallas right now. Lots of lightning. Oh, there was just a strike out there. Hey, Denise, can we pull this up real fast and take it full? This is, what street is this on?
75.
On 75 in Dallas. Lots of rain coming through out there. Oh, it looks like, hey, Denise, can I walk in front of this? Do we have it that I can walk in front of it? Alrighty, so down on the street there, I'm watching, there is a lot of water on the street. It looks like it's getting kicked up behind those vehicles. So make sure that you're driving carefully. Now, a lot of rain is in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. I don't think that we are seeing this type of rain or any type of flooding here for the majority of East Texas at the moment, but I mean, look at all of this water. You can see it just getting kicked up behind those cars. That is going to significantly lower your visibility, so you're going to need to make sure that you're driving carefully. If you're heading out to Dallas for maybe a flight this morning or just to have a fun start on your weekend, things are getting a little bit messy out there. I'm getting reports in that there are ground stops at the airport. Is this DFW and Love Field? because of lightning, DFW and Love Field both have ground stops out there. So
yeah, I've got some info we'll check on here in just a second with airport conditions. After we want to take a look here. I'm going to be over here on the big monitor. There's another word we have in the big monitor, but we can't say that even on a stream, right? If we were on cable, we could say it. Anyway, so we got
okay, Brad.
Sulphur Springs to Emory, west of Mineola. We have those thunderstorms that are moving in right now. All right, so let's take another look at that Dallas camera. Lots of lightning. And then switch this over to Max 2 when we can. When we look at that, then I'll be able to show you what's going on in terms of airport delays, which we just called up this data. All right, so rain coming down. That's 75. It's north side of Dallas. It looks, you can see the visibility is obscured. Streets are wet. There's lots of rain, lots of lightning coming down here. All right, so what are we talking about for airport conditions? All right, Tyler Pounds. Right now, we're looking at, I can't believe it says no delays, right? But there aren't many flights out of Tyler Pounds, but it's cloudy, humid, and it looks like things are going to stay the same. Now we're going to widen and look at some of the other airports across the state of Texas. All right, so Dallas-Fort Worth reporting thunderstorms, temperature down to 52. The delays here in the red are going to be staying the same. So they're in red, which means they have high level of weather delays, high level of impacts. Dallas Love, same holds true there. Houston Continental, Houston Hobby right now, no delays there. Temperatures in the upper 70s, just cloud cover. Austin Bergstrom Airport, 62, no delays. And then San Antonio, cloudy and 61 degrees. All right, so now take a look at this. These are going to be airport delays by the region, and we're looking just here into East Texas. Here's Dallas, 100 minutes. So more than an hour and a half delays this morning. So if you're trying to find a connecting flight to Dallas, when you get to DFW, when you get to Love Field, you've got to wait quite a bit of a time. They have the ground stop that Sarah just mentioned. The thunderstorms there are going to hold all of the planes on the airfield, so not taking off for at least another hour and a half. Otherwise, back at Abilene, down to San Angelo, College Station, Houston, Lake Charles, out toward New Orleans, Jackson, and up toward Texarkana, no delays. Now, I'll widen things out just a little bit farther. Little Rock also, no delays at this time. We go out west toward Albuquerque, no delays. Up toward Oklahoma City, also no delays. And there should be a national view here. And nationally, the only stop, the only weather right now impacting flights is going to be Dallas at 100 minutes. Miami, no delays. Atlanta, nothing. Philadelphia, Boston, Chicago, and Minneapolis, also no delays being noted at this time. So let me go past all this again. I think I have a radar image popping up here for us. Okay, so currently there are no tornado watches or tornado warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings or severe thunderstorm watches in place at this time. We do, however, have some thunderstorms that are just now starting to move into the western edges of Smith County. So you're going to start to see some flashes of lightning, hear the rumble of thunder if you're waking up early on this Saturday morning with you. I'm Chief Meteorologist Brett Anthony along with meteorologist Sarah Blue, back in here at the Weather Center after working yesterday and covering the tornado warnings that we had across East Texas. But we are just bringing you this continuation of our weather impact alert. One more day today, final day, and then we're going to get a nice extended break from the severe weather and even from some rain. We'll have a lot of sunshine. We needed the rain. We just didn't need it all at once. We didn't need it to come along with the severe weather like we had yesterday. But we picked up almost 3 3/4 of an inch of rainfall in Tyler. So we made up the deficit for the year, for the month, for the spring. It's been erased all in one day. In fact, all in about 6 hours time, between 2 and about 8 o'clock last night. We'll wait and see on the National Weather Service. We had a tornado warning in Smith County with a circulation or a rotation being reported around Grande and 110. Maybe a little bit of minor damage over there. When I sampled the radar site over in that area yesterday, it was just about a 63-mile-an-hour wind. I've not heard from the Weather Service whether or not they'll come over and do any kind of delay, but the tornado sirens did go off in the city of Tyler. A lot of us were sheltering in place at that time because those sirens go off. And the best thing to do, of course, is to get into your safe place when that happens. So that is certainly what we need you to do. All right, so live radar again. There's Tyler, there's Mineola, there's Athens. Looks like just a little stronger thunderstorm back over toward Emory and back toward Gray's Prairie. So I'll toss it back over to to Sarah. She continues to track these thunderstorms, and we'll do a little more analysis on these storms and see where we're sitting. Looks like back toward Corsicana, also a couple of heavier thunderstorms just moving across Interstate 45 right now.
Hey, Brett, thanks. Well, I'm going to go ahead and throw a track on this just to we can see kind of what's happening. We're starting to see the thunderstorms make it to parts of Smith County as well as toward Cherokee County. Let me just change our camera view here real fast. Alrighty. Now it's moving at about 35 to 40 miles per hour, so it's not moving quite as quickly as it was yesterday, but still will give you a lead time on when the rain will get to you. Toward Tyler, that will get to you closer to 6:30, so about 5 minutes if you're not already seeing rain. Toward White House, closer to 6:45. Jacksonville, that will be closer to 7 o'clock this morning. Kilgore around 7:20. Longview, that'll reach you right around 7:30 right now. That's if it continues to hold. Now, we are kind of flying blind with some of our radar that we're seeing here out toward the Dallas-Fort Worth area. We mentioned that the transmitter is down from the National Weather Service. That's not just impacting us, that's impacting anyone who uses that type of radar from the Fort Worth site. So we can't get a good view of it right now, so we can't see what's happening behind the storms. We're trying to fill it in with other radar sites the best we can, but still, make sure that you are just staying weather aware out there. Really, though, I'm not seeing anything that is of concern. Really, not even a ton of gusty winds. Let me see if I can get a track of just straight velocity to see if we're tracking anything gusty. I'm not seeing anything too bad. Let me just sample it for you with what we're seeing. This is near Tyler, around 30 mile per hour wind gusts. I'm not worried about any sort of rotation out there. Maybe a little bit gustier out toward the Jacksonville and Cayuga area. Again, toward about 30 miles per hour. Let me check out toward Mineola what our wind gusts are coming in as from our velocity tracker. Alrighty, around 20, that one that I clicked on that's north of Lindale, I think that was just a bad scan. Around 20 to 30 miles per hour, so not anything quite as bad as what some of the models were predicting, which is great news for us. I love that we're not seeing anything quite as crazy. Now, there is a chance that we see this try to get back up as it gets through the rest of the day. Once we get some daylight in here, that could start to heat things up. Right now, temperatures, though, are on the cooler end of things, so I'm not necessarily worried about us having a ton of storm energy. Here's a live look at what we're seeing in our temperatures right now. Behind that front, things are much cooler. We're in the 60s to Tyler and into Terrell, and down in Deep East Texas, we're in the 70s. So maybe a little bit of storm energy still locked out through Deep East Texas, but overall, nothing too crazy. Nothing like we saw yesterday. We had a significant number of storm reports, as well as some reported funnel clouds and potential tornadoes. A lot of that, though, was locked up north of I-20. That's why we had that weather impact alert. I'm going to toss things over to Chief Meteorologist Brett Anthony.
All right, Sarah, yeah, we're going to take a pause on the stream here coming up at 6:29, and then what we're going to do at 6:30 is we're going to join CBS 19 on air on the broadcast side of things, and we'll do a couple of minutes over there for anyone who might just be waking up on this Saturday morning, and then we'll bring them up to date, and then we'll go back and stream some more as the thunderstorms come in. Of course, what we'll want to do for everyone here is track these thunderstorms really on the timing. Timing is the important part here. So many things going on. There's a big run in Tyler for autism awareness this morning. Certainly don't want that to be delayed, but it could be by lightning. So that'll be something that we'll all be watching very carefully. But anyway, just a little path here at 6:37 in Tyler, Mount Selman about 6:50, Jacksonville around 6:59, Troop at 7:09, Gilmer by 7:22, and by Kilgore, the thunderstorms have already moved over towards 7:33. All right, we'll take a break. We'll see you on CBS 19, back on the stream here in just about a minute. for this Saturday, April 5th. I'm CBS 19 Chief Meteorologist Brett Anthony, joined by meteorologist Sarah Blue here in the Weather Center. She's driving radar for us this morning. And we are streaming, however, on our CBS 19 Plus channel, also on our YouTube channel and on the Facebook page. So if you have any questions on the Facebook page, please pose those or put those in the questions and we'll try to answer those for you. But we want to bring you up to date on what's happening here this morning. Waking up, you might start to hear some rumbles of thunder, see some flashes of lightning in the sky, especially over parts of Wood and Smith County. Currently, no severe thunderstorm warnings and no tornado watches or warnings in place. The biggest story we have going this morning here is going to be over here in Bowie and Cass County, where we continue to have a flash flood warning until 8:15. We were inundated with rainfall last night, and it just continued well into the late night hours around Linden and over toward Jefferson. So anywhere in this purple outlined area, you've got a flash flood warning. Texarkana issued a flash flood emergency for catastrophic flash flood damage. They had high water rescues. They had more than 5 inches of rainfall in a short period of time in Texarkana, and so they remain under that flash flood warning also until 8:15. This has just been extended and extended. It may get extended again once the thunderstorms out here near Mineola and Sulphur Springs roll out in that area. All right, we're going to take a look here at these. This is not a severe line of thunderstorms, so there may be some gusty winds along the leading edge of that has rolled through Mineola right now across Lake Fork, now moving already into eastern parts of Wood County. Smith County, we're seeing the showers, a couple of rumbles of thunder, so it's just kind of a burst of rain coming down. It's moving to the east roughly at 35 miles an hour. So there's Picton about 6:40 this evening. White House, or this morning I should say, it's dark outside, so I still think it's night. 6:45 at White House, 6:58 at Jacksonville, Gilmer right around 7:13, Kilgore at 7:22, Pittsburgh and Longview by 7:39. So a little bowing effect here. Again, not as sharp as what some of our modeling data was indicating. That's certainly good news. Of course, we are working without the Dallas-Fort Worth radar site. The transmitter is down. They are working to repair that. They have technicians on the way into the office there. And that would probably give us just a better feel for what is happening back here toward Canton and Athens. And right now, judging by those lightning strikes, we're probably just getting heavy rainfall. If we're going to have any gusts of wind, and certainly nothing that is meeting severe criteria of 58 miles an hour or higher, it's going to be right there through Wood County into Smith County. So we had a couple reports of perhaps some delays. Well, we know there are delays out at the Dallas-Fort Worth airports at Dallas Love and DFW, up to 100 minutes there. Any flights trying to come out of East Texas heading in that direction may also be slightly impacted. How about Jacksonville and Palestine? You're seeing just a little bit of light rain on down the line there. Henderson, Nacogdoches Center, and even into parts of Deep East Texas right now, no rain again, just cloudy. You may see a little bit of rain this morning, but your prime time will be this afternoon. There's still a chance for some stronger thunderstorms to develop over parts of Deep East Texas right around 1 to 2 o'clock and then track northeastward through Nacogdoches County, through Shelby County, through San Augustine County, and Rusk County up until about 4 o'clock. So once this line of showers and thunderstorms goes through, then this may put us back into a situation where there's a lot of atmospheric energy, and that could put us back into perhaps a severe thunderstorm watch or a tornado watch. And as Sarah puts Future Skycast into motion here, you can see any one of these little cells here, they have the potential to create some large hail, maybe some damaging winds, especially when we get closer to 4 o'clock. That's a rather large thunderstorm being modeled by our Future Skycast. And again, it winds down early this evening. So that's one of the reasons we came back in this morning, just to kind of bring you up to date on the storms for later on today, and to also just kind of, alleviate some fears that the thunderstorms perhaps that you might be hearing out there. It's not round 2 of what we had yesterday. We're not talking about any kind of tornado warnings. The storms are moving into the atmosphere, which is pretty worked over from all of that storm activity yesterday. Something that, we thought could happen, but just to be safe and sound, we made sure that we would come back in and keep you covered and just kind of alleviate some fears on everyone's mind. All right, so we're going to go back to regular programming, but please join us over on CBS 19 Plus, where we'll continue our stream, and on our Facebook page and on our YouTube channel, and we'll do that coming up here in just a just about a minute or so. Welcome back to our live stream here on CBS19 Plus, our YouTube channel and our Facebook page with our weather impact alert continuing here on this Saturday morning. In fact, the weather impact alert continues into Saturday afternoon with the possibility we could have some additional thunderstorms that develop over deep East Texas later in the afternoon. This morning, we're tracking some rain, a few embedded rumbles of thunder, nothing severe right now. Breezy currently in Tyler, with winds kind of picking up a little bit and a couple of heavier downpours, not necessarily here at the TV station, but on the north side of Tyler, just out to the west toward Tyler Pounds, and then northward up into parts of Wood County, westward through Chandler, south over toward Lake Palestine, back to Frankston, Coffee City, Moore Station, and then down toward Palestine, all the way over toward Mejia and Corsicana right now, with a little thunderstorm coming through here. It is in the 60s in Tyler, but it's in the 70s over deep East Texas. What a temperature contrast we continue to see. And we've seen this weather set up going all the way back to Wednesday. We had the front move in, the front stalled, the upper level winds parallel along the front. And so every day we've seen showers and thunderstorms forming along the front. The end result of that last night was the fact that we started to get some flash flood warnings, and we continue with those flash flood warnings. Look at Jefferson right now, 74. On the other side of the front, Gilmer's at 67. A little farther to the west, Mineola may be aided by the rain, but down to 55 degrees. Hemphill, Lufkin, Crockett, Nacogdoches all in the mid-70s. Center at 74, Henderson at 77 degrees, and then 24 degrees cooler back in Athens where it's 53. So once again, the dividing line, the battleground between the cooler air, the warmer air, that will be the focus for the showers and thunderstorms by later this afternoon. And you got that little line of thunderstorms here, non-severe, but again, maybe a couple of gusty winds, our Titan indicator trying to throw in a little bit of perhaps some small hail here and there. And this is all working its way eastward and will continue in that direction. I'm going to throw it into motion just to give it an idea of where it is headed and give you an idea of that direction of that movement. And again, the storms too are also, remember, the front's sitting right in here, right? And so notice how the showers and thunderstorms are kind of riding along the boundary back into this area that has that flash flood warning in effect till 8:15. So these showers are going to ride right back up into the boundary. They're also starting to push faster out to the east. So they're going to be through Tyler here by 7 o'clock. Behind it, just some steady rain, couple rumbles of thunder. Then we're also seeing several thunderstorms back here west of Dallas that are also moving southwest to northeast. So at least for, I'd say, areas close to the front and back to the northwest, there may be some additional flash flood warnings. We had flash flood warnings yesterday in Smith County and also in Wood County. We had flash flooding in Lindale with several streets flooded up there. And so we could see something like that develop again. And then later today, it's going to be more about the potential to see some more rotating supercells over deep East Texas this afternoon. This is the last of the weather impact alert days we'll have for about a week to 10 days, maybe 10 days or for perhaps a little bit longer. The way the weather pattern is repeating, I would expect something to return around April 15th or 16th. That is the March 4th version of the weather pattern. On March 4th, we had numerous tornado warnings here in East Texas, or at least when it comes back in the middle part of April, we could have that similar setup, perhaps maybe just seeing some stronger thunderstorms with some wind gusts. But back on March 4th, though, we had several tornado warnings up to the north of Interstate 20. So I think we ended up with 5 or 6 that day. They were weak tornadoes, but still nonetheless a tornado. Looking back here toward Athens, that's the pockets of heavier rainfall with some embedded rumbles of thunder now just starting to move into Cherokee County and into Anderson County. But again, this little line, part of the line here, just surged out to the east into eastern Smith County. This will be in Upshur County within the next couple of minutes, and then should eventually move over into Gregg County, probably by about 7:15. We'll track this for you here so you can see just how fast it's moving. It's moving right along, but it's riding right along the boundary, and the boundary will probably, eventually it'll surge to the south, but it's going to take till the afternoon before that boundary clears all of East Texas. So these showers and thunderstorms should move into Jacksonville about 6:53, Mount Vernon about 6:59 up to the north, Gilmer 7:19, and then Mount Pleasant about 7:29, Longview around 7:45. So in an hour, they'll make it out to Longview, then Laneville about 7:52, and Harleton around 8:04. Again, they're not severe. There may be some gusty winds around 25 to 30 miles an hour with these cells as they move east. Heavy rainfall could cause some problems, reducing visibility, but also perhaps causing some ponding on roadways and then adding to or aggravating some of the near flooding conditions or flooded conditions we had yesterday. So we might see some flash flood warnings being reissued across the area. Right now, heaviest rain looks like it's in southwestern parts of Smith County, a couple of lightning strikes there. Doesn't look like we have any lightning with this leading edge here going into Upshur County right now. Quite a bit of lightning in Hopkins County and quite a bit of lightning back into northwestern Van Zant. Also out of Kaufman County, headed over toward Rains County right now. So, or Kaufman, maybe that's Collin County. So anyway, the rain, thunder, just west of Athens, out toward Mejia, Corsicana, another area of thunderstorms. And then this purple line box here, this is going to be your flash flood warning that's in effect until 8:15. So that's got about another hour and a half to go. We'll see if the water can recede up here. There was a tremendous amount of rainfall from Jefferson to Linden up toward Texarkana. Flash flood emergencies issued last night in Texarkana. Looks like Dallas-Fort Worth just popped back in. And correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what it looks like, Sarah. It looks like that data, there it is. It finally came back, so it is up and transmitting again.
Hey, that's awesome to hear, Brett. I actually wanted to pull up, this is our director, Denise, has this pulled up behind me. This is a look at our GOES satellite images. And do you want to maybe put this full screen, Denise? I feel like that'll give the people a better view. And go ahead and move your cursor off of that so we can get a better view of where we are. This is essentially, we're looking at a satellite image. You may need to hit escape there to pull it off, or just X out and go back in. There we go, now we got it. But this is what we're seeing from our satellite images. So lots of clouds across the Dallas area, and if you just look slightly up to the north through East Texas, and even where Dallas is, kind of like right in the middle of your screen there, where you're seeing that pocket of light, that's where there's lots of clouds. And even though we had that little temporary radar outage, you can still see it there. And Denise, if you X out of this one and you want to scroll down, I'll tell you where. I believe it is band 18. You need to go down quite a few rows, or band 11. It'll be, yeah, that one right there. This is a look at our cloud top images. And if you go ahead and move your cursor off of it so we can get a wider view, yeah, just keep going off, so you move your cursor to the right. Keep going. Yeah, keep going. There you go. So, where you can see the pockets of red, that's where we're tracking very high cloud tops. And you can see it's kind of right over the Dallas area. There is a little bit of a collapse happening right just to the west. I would say that that's closer to south of Dallas, maybe toward the Waco area, just north of that, closer to Bryan. But where you're seeing those pockets of red on your screen, that's where we have very tall cloud tops. So we'll likely see some hail there. And that line that you're seeing on your screen that's starting to move into Anderson and Henderson counties, where you're seeing just that pop of red, very tall storms. I expect some gusty winds right now. Now, we do have a look at our power outages as well, because we had some pretty fierce storms rip through parts of East Texas yesterday. And we got reports of, I believe it was over 14,000 people that were without power. We got that in a little bit later yesterday. But our current outages, this is what we're looking at. In Upshur, that's closer, almost 6,000 people are without power. Same in Wood, Harrison, closer to 1,800 people without power. If you have lost power, don't assume that it has already been reported. Report it to whoever provides your power. A lot of times it is Encore or ERCOT, so make sure that you are reporting that. And of course, if you have lost power, I would recommend keeping your fridge closed. That way you can keep as much cool air in there as possible. If you open it, that'll start to drop the internal temperature. So if you can leave it closed as long as you can, that will help preserve your food inside as well. Same thing goes for your freezer. If you have any extra battery packs, that would be a good time to pull them out. That way you can make sure your phone is charged. You can still receive weather information at that point. And if you are using a backup generator, make sure you have it at least 10 to 20 feet away from your home. I believe the National Weather Service recommends 20. That way there's no risk of any sort of fire if that electric generator or that generator in general were to cause a spark. Now let's switch back over to radar, kind of see what's happening right now. Now that we have that Fort Worth service, or that Fort Worth radar site back up, we are seeing quite a bit more rain popping up back toward the Canton and Emory area. We're finally getting good eyes on it. Yesterday, or earlier today, we were kind of, it's like looking at it without your glasses on almost. Now I am seeing a very gusty wind patch that's moving through Gilmer. This one, our Titan indicator, is picking up on some sort of little rotation. Let's get a better look at it. Well, it does look like there might be something trying to spin toward Roansboro. Let me turn this Titan indicator off so we can actually get a good view of it. So Roansboro, maybe some sort of rotation. I haven't seen the National Weather Service mention anything about it just yet, but we are starting to see maybe something trying to spin there. So if you live in Roansboro, Grice, Rosewood, kind of the same area that we saw that rotation yesterday, just make sure that you're staying weather aware. Nothing to be concerned of right now, but just keep your eyes peeled. This is kind of embedded in that line that we've been talking about. Let me zoom in and see if we can get a better view of it. Okay, I'm not seeing anything that I'm super concerned about, just something we're going to continue to keep an eye on near Grice, Roansboro, and out toward Kelsey. But this is embedded within that line that is trying to move through. And it looks like we might even get a bubble trying to form out. This may even be a little bit of hail. Let me get our hail tracker up for you. Sometimes it takes a second for our hail tracker to load in, and sometimes the data just doesn't load in at all. This is one of our products that is not my favorite, but it is very helpful. All right, I'm not seeing anything there. Sometimes if we look at our debris tracker, that can pick up on a little bit of hail as well. All right, I'm seeing something, but given the radar signature where you're seeing just these pops of slight patches on your screen, Denise, if you can come to me on 4, thank you, toward Roansboro and toward Grice, just those little pixels that are slightly brighter color, I suspect that is some sort of hail that is falling. But otherwise, we are tracking that line of thunderstorms, which has just been marching through East Texas. It's beginning to bow out a little bit, so you see how it have this area. It kind of looks like a contact that you put in your eye if you were to kind of put it that direction. So it's bowing out this way. We'll likely see very gusty winds at the front end of this bow out toward Gilmer and kind of on the northern part. That's where traditionally, if you're going to see some type of severe weather on this system, you see it a lot of times out there or kind of in this southern portion down here. But gusty winds through there. We're starting to hear some rain here at our CBS19 studio in Tyler. That's in South Tyler there. So gusty winds. I'm not seeing a ton of lightning out of this system, which is good news for us. There is quite a bit of lightning, though, for areas up to the north. That is going to be up toward Mount Pleasant into Sulphur Springs and kind of near the Talco, Paris area. Let me see if I can get a check of that. I'm seeing quite a few lightning strikes come down off of that, so we may see a bit of intensification of the storm. So I'm going to get a check from Cooper to Sulphur Springs, Mount Vernon, Hatchport. Everything that's in that red polygon on your screen. So that's in the last 15 minutes, about 65 strikes of lightning. That's not anything super significant. It is a lightning storm though, so remember, when thunder roars, go indoors. That will keep you the safest out there. I'm gonna continue to keep my eye on that little bubble out toward Gilmer and Rosewood. Given what we were seeing on our satellite images, I do think that we will likely see some sort of hail falling from that as well. It is a very tall storm. Yeah, there's definitely something trying to spin there. Brett, what do you think?
Yeah, maybe a little bit of rotation. We got to keep an eye on that. I mean, we're still, I think, in a conducive, maybe not so much like energy, available effective potential energy, but more so in the range of just shear. We still probably have some wind shear left over from last night and yesterday. Of course, we're starting to see the front still working its way back and forth. We still have some fairly good upper level wind support. Low level jet streams probably has not quieted down from the overnight hours that low level jet stream usually will build in overnight, especially when you have a temperature disparity like we have between deep East Texas in the 70s and then the cooler temperatures out toward the Rockies, which are in the 40s. So that, remember, wind is created by temperature or pressure differences. So when you have that kind of a temperature difference over that sort of a region, you can build in winds at about 5,000 feet, low-level jet stream winds that will increase, and sometimes they can enhance thunderstorm production or thunderstorm development. We'll often see that in the summertime as we cool the air over the Rockies and we stay hot here in the southern plains. We see those low-level jet streams fire up and produce some nocturnal or nighttime thunderstorm complexes. So maybe a little bit of jet stream influence there in the lower levels, getting us just a little bit of perhaps a minor spin trying to go up. Right now, Weather Service has not outlooked it or said anything about it for a special weather statement. These thunderstorms continue to just move west-east. I'm just giving you the broad brush look here from Crockett all the way up to Mount Pleasant. We just had a downpour at the station. That downpour is headed into the south side of Tyler. A couple rumbles of thunder you might hear or notice that from time to time. I'll just zoom in on South Tyler currently. The reason that we're on the air this morning, not because we're anticipating severe weather. It's more or less some folks who wake up on Saturday morning, you know that it's another weather impact alert day, or that you've heard from the National Weather Service or Storm Prediction Center that there is a slight to enhanced risk of severe weather. So Sarah and I thought we would come in this morning, just kind of like anybody that was interested, wanted to know what would happen today, and kind of go over that and then walk you through until these thunderstorms sort of move through. Because sometimes you go to bed, we talked about it last night on CBS19 News at 10. I said, you know, once we got past 11 o'clock, we were all good, but we were looking at the next day for the potential for a line of thunderstorms to come through. So you wake up, you're wondering what's happening out there, and that's what we're doing here on CBS19 Plus, bringing you this stream, and also, of course, on our Facebook page, where if you have any questions, comments, please offer those up. I know we were talking about Union Hill ISD school, and I think Sharon A. Richardson Elementary School, I might have mentioned it was near Gilmer or in the Betty community. So if I got that wrong, I apologize, but I appreciate Jeff for pointing that out for us, because it's all a community. We're all here together, right? Got to figure it out and make sure that everybody is safe, and make sure we get all that information down straight for everybody. But when we look back at the live radar here from the Weather Impact Alert, Canton right now, of course, we know we have first Monday trade days. I don't know if I'll head out there today. I'd love to. Can't wait to get one of those big burgers, right? That's fantastic. The Apple Gal's out there. Sometimes we'll see her out there. Lindale Coffee. I'm not doing any commercials here, but I'm just saying some of my favorite things out there. To get some coffee from, I can't remember the name of the coffee company up in Lindale that I'll get that from. But there's some just fantastic stuff. But anyway, first Monday trade grounds are just getting hit with a pretty heavy thunderstorm right now. Not severe, but heavy rainfall, lots of thunder, lightning. Athens area also getting thunder, lightning down toward Palestine. Over toward Jacksonville, the rain's kind of just moving into that area. I'll pull up parts of getting closer to deep East Texas. There was Rusk and Alto. See, it's not raining in Rusk and Alto. And sometimes we'll concentrate on where the rain is. And so folks will say, well, what about? Well, Hemp Hill later today, 3, 2, 3, 4 o'clock. Keep an eye out in Hemp Hill. You could have thunderstorms that would move from the southwest to the northeast, kind of in this direction. And thunderstorms would also move from West Livingston up toward Lufkin and up toward Henderson here. This is going to be 2, 3, 4 o'clock. And those thunderstorms could have potential to just rotate a little bit. The enhanced risk is out here, backs up almost into Smith County for today. And so because of that, this area, and I'll just circle it again, this area here probably has the best potential to see a stronger thunderstorm, and that's why the Weather Service has an enhanced risk, as the frontal boundary itself just remains stalled right over top of the area. In fact, if you look at where the rain is, that frontal boundary is essentially right in here. I drew that backwards, so I'll just I'll erase that and draw it again. So it's essentially parked right over top of us here. So the rain is just following the boundary. The boundary's got to clear the area. That's likely not going to happen until much later today. So just know that we've got more rain in the forecast here for the next couple of hours or so and into the afternoon hours. But the wide look of everything, you can see we got thunderstorms up in the Mount Pleasant area. We still have the flash flood warning till 8:15. We got flash flood warnings also out in the Dallas and Tarrant County areas. And I'll just back this up. And we were also looking at airport delays, by the way. If you're trying to get a flight to Dallas, 100-minute airport delays out of DFW, and at Love also ground stop thanks to rain and thunderstorms. All right, some new videos here coming to us. This is going to be from Tyler here in Smith County. Brennan Gurley giving us this live picture here of the rain moving into East Texas. Might see a flash of lightning. This is just moments ago. And do we know what intersection he was? Troop and the Loop, so just outside the TV station. Troop and the Loop with the rain coming down, and it was pouring at that time. So this is what you'd experience across much of East Texas this morning. Heavy rainfall, a little bit of a gusty wind from time to time. Sun will come up here in about a half hour, or at least the sun should be up in about 10 or 15 minutes. It may take longer until we actually are able to see much daylight thanks to the clouds and the rainfall that we're seeing out there across the area. But good picture, good illustration of what we're facing here this morning. And what we're facing is just general thunderstorms right now, no severe weather, at least for the time being. So no watches, no warnings, except for the flash flood warning that's in effect up in Cass County and Little River County, Miller County, and Bowie County, and that's until 8:15. A lot of rainfall, and still some more rainfall is possible as these showers and thunderstorms kind of move along that boundary and continue to move into those areas. So I'll zoom back in. Jacksonville's about to get into some rainfall. Troop, you're about to get some, maybe a downpour. Gilmer, here comes the rain again into Gilmer, also into Mount Pleasant, also into Pittsburgh, and we'll see it moves into Gregg County probably within the next half hour. So the storms themselves now are moving at about 35 to 40 miles an hour. But if you look back here to the west, look at all the rain. I mean, we are settling in for a rainy Saturday. What we want really to happen is all of this rain that we have out here, all of this rain needs to get into deep East Texas and rob the atmosphere of the energy down there so that we don't have temperatures in the 80s this afternoon as the final piece of this storm moves by, because that means we could have some more severe weather. Certainly don't want that to happen. So we need to get all that rain to just kind of help to shove the front farther to the east. And it does look like it's happening a little bit. We were looking at all of the rain up here along Interstate 30 and then curving back down into central Texas toward Waco, and now it's surging to the east. So this is good news. We want that front to surge farther to the south, bring in the cooler air, bring in the more stable air, and suppress the thunderstorm development this afternoon. We need the rain, but certainly don't need the severe weather. I think a lot of folks maybe perhaps are tired of the severe weather. Areas in deep East Texas have not seen much rain at all. I think they'd like to get the rain and not have that tornado threat for sure. I know a lot of folks, that's the way they would feel about that. All right, so we look here again. We got a lot of rain back out to the west in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. We have heavier rainfall moving into Athens and also toward Longview. So Longview, I'd say in about 20 to 30 minutes from now should be into some kind of a thunderstorm. Sarah, I have not looked at that circulation that we were looking at earlier. Have you been looking at that at all?
Hey, Brett, yeah, I've been keeping an eye on it. I haven't seen anything that I'm particularly worried
About, I am tracking though. We just got a SIGI. We got a special weather statement for areas up along I-30. That's for parts of Marin County, parts of Upshur County, Cass County, Camp County, Bowie County, Marin County, Wood County, Franklin County, Morris County, and Titus County. So it's really this cell, if you just take a closer look at what we're seeing here. Probably some gusty winds. National Weather Service is saying about 40 miles per hour. So that's not at a severe level. You need to be 58 miles per hour or higher for that, but still enough that it could cause some damage or some impacts. So make sure that you're just staying weather aware. Pea-sized hail could fall out of this as well. So again, you want to just stay inside. And this is beginning to pick up steam. So I'm going to put it in play here. You can see this line is kind of beginning to materialize and strengthen just a little bit. We're likely getting some very gusty winds as we get to the Clarksville area, Talco, Mount Pleasant. It's going to be this edge right here, if you can see where I'm pointing. Hey guys, can you make it so I can walk in front, please? That's going to be from Mount Pleasant. Lots of lightning out there. So this front edge is likely where we're seeing the gustiest winds. That will be closer to maybe 40 miles per hour out of that. And it's going to continue to push up to the northeast, kind of riding along I-30 there. Now, we have seen some hail fall out of this as well. I watched our Titan indicators. They were picking up on some hail as well. National Weather Service is saying about pea size, so just make sure that you're staying inside. We were seeing a little bit of rotation near the Gilmer area. A lot of that has kind of died down. I'm not seeing anything that I'm concerned about, but we are going to continue to keep an eye on it. We have a timeline for you for the front leading edge of this. That should get closer to Cookeville, closer to 7:20, so about 15 minutes on that. Hughes Springs closer to 7:38, out toward Jefferson, if it continues to move this way, which it likely will, closer to 8:15. Boston closer to 8:20. This is just flying through East Texas. Gusty winds, but again, we're staying below that severe level, so I am not tracking anything that I'm really concerned about right now. Just as long as you're staying weather aware, you should be good. Now let's switch back over to our wind tracker so we can see what that rotation is doing in Gilmer. I haven't been seeing anything that I'm concerned about. Maybe a little bit of upper level rotation there. Nothing that indicates that something is trying to make its way to the ground. Just, make sure that you're staying weather aware. Really, this is going to continue to move out to the east. I saw some questions on Facebook earlier about Winnsboro. where this is kind of on the eastern side of you. And once the storm passes you by, it's going to eat up a lot of that storm energy. So after you get out of this front line of thunderstorms, there's not enough energy to really create something to spin. Now, I'm not going to say never, because never say never, as Justin Bieber says, but really a lot of that energy is eaten up, so it's very, very unlikely. Likely some hail out of there, but again, I'm not seeing any organized rotation that I'm worried about. Here's that thunderstorm energy, and whoa, Brett, would you look at that? That's trying to build back in from Groveton to Lufkin, all the way back to Marshall. That's likely as we get the heat of the day coming in and we have some more sunshine coming through. On the back end of this, a lot of that energy is getting eaten up. So I would say Canton, Athens, back toward the Dallas area. We're not tracking the threat of severe weather, maybe just some general run-of-the-mill thunderstorms. But otherwise, deep East Texas, that's where we have that better chance of seeing some sort of significant or severe weather later today. Right, Brett?
Yeah, you can easily see that. It almost looks like we have some sort of like boring effect of the rain, just kind of like drilling through all of that warmth and humidity that we're now moving these showers, thunderstorms out into that area that has the significant weather alert, really picking up on its own momentum. So get a little piece of some low-level jet stream energy there, pushing those thunderstorms out through Mount Pleasant over toward Gilmer and getting closer to Longview. So as they continue just kind of racing eastward, we could see some gusty winds along the leading edge of that. I'll put another track, a little wider track, because we'll go all the way down. It looks like there's just that little bit of almost like a bow effect. I don't know if you can see that from the Red River all the way just east of Gilmer, west of Jacksonville, and then these are moving east at 40 miles an hour. Pretty much the way we thought this would play out. They have been weaker than what some of the modeling data indicated, but Jacksonville, you'd see a little bit of rain by 7:15, Kilgore around 7:25, into Longview about 7:30, so maybe a little updated timeline on Longview. We were talking earlier about 7:45, so that's a little bit updated. Henderson, seeing some rain, some thunder coming down about 7:55, Idabel around 8 o'clock, Jefferson around 8:13, and then Boston, as Sarah pointed out earlier, about 8:30. And that would move into this area that also has a flash flood warning in Bowie County, parts of Cass County until 8:15. So behind that, you settle into a pretty steady area of rain back into the DFW and north and west of that. And so you can see, as we'll see additional showers, I believe, forming over parts of central Texas down toward Waco and back toward Austin. Those will also be moving northeastward into East Texas. So certainly nowhere near done. Once the rain goes through this morning, I just think it's going to end up being somewhat of a rainy Saturday. There may be pockets where it quiets down. I'd like to see the showers and thunderstorms currently in Jacksonville kind of get a little bit farther south into parts of deep East Texas, again, just to take away some of the building thunderstorm energy down there. There is the potential from Storm Prediction Center for a chance to see another severe thunderstorm, perhaps in deep East Texas later today, mainly between about, they say this evening, which would, evening to me is about 4 to 7 o'clock. Some of our modeling data suggests it could happen as early as 2 o'clock. And some of our modeling data even suggests that there's a chance that some of the thunderstorms could have a little bit of rotation to them. And I'll show you what I'm talking about here. This is going to be, so this is going to take into account the storm energy, the winds aloft. And so when we see that, we see these little pockets of where thunderstorms could rotate. Now, it's not as strong as it was yesterday. We're seeing very strong rotation signatures up in parts of North Texas and Northeast Texas, where they were in those oranges and yellows. Here they're in the blues and greens, so they're more in the medium range for that rotation. So that could equate to perhaps some hail from Lufkin up into southern parts of Nacogdoches County, maybe some hail also from Walker County up into southern Angelina County. Panola County could also see maybe a little bit of hail, and Marshall. And again, that's around 2 o'clock. Again, the timing that we were getting in discussions was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon to 7 o'clock. So that could come a little bit earlier. At about 7:30 this morning, there'll be another update from the Weather Service. We'll see if that enhanced risk outlook gets shifted at all, maybe farther east or maybe back farther to the southwest, depending on how things are playing out this morning. I think this morning's showers and thunderstorms are certainly going to play a role in how the day evolves. And that's kind of been what's been happening here Wednesday, Thursday. We talked about CAP being in control Wednesday. we were forecasting a chance for isolated thunderstorms. I believe Wednesday afternoon we had a tornado watch issued up in Marion County. I believe we had a tornado warning in Marion and maybe a part of Harrison County and up into Cass County, but no tornadoes reported there. Thursday was almost an exact repeat of that. Friday, it looked like it was going to shift back farther to the west, and then with the data that came in later Thursday, it shifted it from the farther west areas up into north central and northeast Texas, so that's where everything played out. And then today's data suggested we'd have this line of showers and thunderstorms coming through in the morning, and then later data here later in the week has pushed a little more thunderstorm activity into deep east Texas Saturday afternoon into Saturday evening. So that's the way that things have sort of played out. That looks a little curious.
That popped up. It's not as strong as it was. Hey guys, can you take Max 2 real fast so that we can show what's happening? Near the Pittsburgh area, I'm seeing something that I'm a little concerned about. I'm going to show you a few scans ago so you can see it kind of build. It's unclear what this is. What we're doing, this is our debris tracker. So that's where we can see if something has been lofted into the air, and essentially that is any non-meteorological data. So it could be tree branches, it could be even hail sometimes if the hail is oddly shapen. And I'm seeing something lofted between Pittsburgh and Harvard.
Check this out. We've got on our
Titan indicator?
Titan indicator has a tornado impact of 2.7.
Okay.
It's a little elevated.
It is elevated. We're shooting pretty far away from the radar site, right? This is in Camp County, and that's off of Shreveport, yeah.
Yeah, we're probably looking 5,000-6,000 feet in the air.
Maybe. That is pretty tall, but I'm seeing a little bit of rotation there. So if you live, this is Camp County, I believe. Is that Camp?
Yeah.
Pittsburgh, Harvard, Ebenezer. Just make sure that you're staying weather aware, because I'm seeing something that's getting lofted, a little bit of rotation. I haven't seen any information from the National Weather Service on if they're watching it or not. I assume that they are, as they've been very active this morning. It's just this little area of rotation, Pittsburgh and Harvard and Ebenezer. Let me turn our storm tracks back on so we can see what our Titan indicators are saying. All right, that's come down. Now it's just showing some hail coming through. Hey, Brett, did you see how fast that was moving?
I did not.
Okay, I can just look it up.
In the Weather Service discussion, it would still be part of that special weather statement. So that's going to be moving to the northeast at 45 miles an hour.
Okay, our Titan indicator is picking up. It may have sped up a little bit, so I'll put it between 45 and 50. So it's moving up to the northeast. We'll put it right around.
Yeah, if it's like a surging bow line or a bow echo, yeah, it could easily be now moving at 50.
I mean, given what we're seeing, I wouldn't be surprised if we try to see something that tries to spin.
Right.
Here, we're going to give you a timeline on that. Again, there are no watches or warnings in effect at the moment. Just make sure that you're staying weather aware. Omaha, we're seeing that closer to 7:30. Naples, that little area of concern, closer to 7:40 toward Marietta, closer to 7:45. 7:52 in Bassinet, 8 o'clock closer to Douglasville. Boston, if it continues that track, it would get to you closer to 8:05, between 8:05 and 8:10, closer to 8:12 in Redwater. So again, this is something that we're just continuing to watch. I did see a little bit of something lofted, and I'm still seeing something picking up. It is unclear if it's hail. I was checking our hail tracker and I didn't see it on there. Which camera is this? Is this 4 or is this the jib? 5 already. So yeah, just make sure that you are staying aware. I would be ready to go to my safe place if I were you. I haven't seen the National Weather Service mention anything about this, but just given that little bit of rotation and as well as how active this environment is for tornadoes or some sort of spin, there's a chance that we could see something trying to spin down between Pittsburgh and Mount Pleasant. Let me see. I'm going to switch back to radar to see if we can get a bit or a reflectivity. Oh gosh, I can't tell. Brett, do you think that that's trying to get a little bit of an inflow there on the east side?
A little bit, you know, in situations like this, if we try to get a line going, we could have those little notch or little vortex, embedded vortices that can form. Sometimes with the winds pushing in from the west or from the south, and then you have the inflow into the front side of the storm, you could start to see some of that. It does look like there's a couple of notches there where obviously there's more humid air out ahead of that where the front has not pushed or impinged into that air mass yet. So yeah, there's a chance that we could be seeing a little bit of inflow, and then at the same time, if the low-level jet's kind of kicking in behind that, we're going to get perhaps little front-end vortices or something that's trying to spin up. Certainly when the sun comes up, you'll be able to see that a little bit better. There may be a bit of a shelf cloud also trying to form, so if you live in Dangerfield or Rocky Branch or Lone Star and you're looking back to the west, you may look at this really ominous-looking cloud coming in. The shelf cloud itself isn't dangerous, though you'll see the cool air flowing out from behind it. But sometimes behind the shelf cloud, you can have maybe a stronger portion of that cell that can produce some downdraft winds. And then aside from the shelf cloud, there could be, again, like right in here or right in here. Can we look at velocity one more
hey,
time?
guys, can we switch to max 1, please?
I'm just curious.
I have it up on there.
I'm back on.
There we go.
So yeah, so see one of these little vortices kind of trying to spin up on the leading edge of that. That would be east of Harvard, east of Pittsburgh. Just had a question in the Facebook page about Camp County, and so I said we were looking at it right now, and indeed that's where it was. So there's that little inflow notch, and then maybe just embedded within the line of showers, just something trying to spin a little bit. Doesn't look real strong. We've seen yesterday's rotations were much stronger, but certainly it's there versus just being all solid red and having winds in one direction. We're seeing winds going toward radar, toward Shreveport, and then away from Shreveport. And so that would be the inflow, and then this would be the wind wrapping into that little vortice that would be spinning up on the leading edge. And sometimes you'll see this when you have little squall lines coming through. The potential is always there for something to spin up like that, especially in an environment like this where you have strong winds behind it shoving the thunderstorm, and then you have some strong inflow winds out of the south or from the east that are kind of feeding into the system. So yeah, just wonder if we'd get another scan on that. If you live in Dangerfield, you might keep an eye on that. You might get some winds kicking up, could kind of scatter some porch furniture, back deck furniture, something like that. If you were going to be out at Dangerfield State Park, if you were camping out there and watching us on our app, expect the tent or the camper to get rattled around by a little bit of wind here in about the next 10 to 15 minutes or so as that races eastward over into those areas. I know a lot of frayed nerves down in Lone Star after the storm went through there yesterday. Up toward Rocky Branch would be the same kind of deal here with the winds just kind of picking up briefly. Looks like things have quieted down back in Pittsburgh. I don't think we have the lightning indicator on there to see if we're picking up any kind of increased lightning with that storm. A little bit, lightning's picked up a little bit. If lightning's picking up, then sometimes there's a chance you could have a little bit of hail. Yeah, right there toward Pittsburgh was like just that little bit of an echo, and then that moved up. And that's kind of indicative of what you'd see there. These things sometimes spin up the line because, remember, counterclockwise flow of a low pressure area, right? So low pressure areas spin counterclockwise. So if they're spinning counterclockwise and the winds are out of the south, their natural tendency will be for them to move south to north along the leading edge of a front like this. So that's a curious signature for sure. Sarah picking up on that. That was a nice job seeing that little feature there. Mount Pleasant, the lightning's also picking up. And this is just an example of how you don't have to be in a thunderstorm to have lightning bolts. Sometimes they'll flash out ahead of that. So I'm not sure what we're seeing here. We're seeing 2 of those, so I don't know if that's going to correlate with actual debris, but it may be a little bit of hail inside there, but it's in that right spot. It'd be in that right spot. In fact, there's another little signature trying to show maybe just a little bit. Go back to reflectivity, Sarah, just for a second, because there should be another, maybe right in here. See how that looks like a little, say, nose or something like that? The nose is trying to push out near Cookville. So there's one here west of Dangerfield, one near Cookville. So inflow here, and that perhaps little vortice. And it's got, well, yeah, it got stronger for a second there.
I'm gonna go back and
Okay.
yeah, I mean, there's still something trying.
Then I'm trying to check our differential reflectivity. That's something that we can see. We're unable to pull it up for you guys, and I'm trying to see if there's anything that's potentially picking up on hail over there. I'm not seeing anything on our differential reflectivity just yet, but again, there is a potential that what we're seeing that's lofted in the air, that could just be some strong hail. And I mean, given where this is, that would make sense, but I'm just still a little concerned for the Mount Pleasant area back to Dangerfield. I mean, just given this little blob. It's right there. But that could be something that's being thrown up into the air. Again, it could be hail. It could even be leaves. But just make sure that you're staying weather aware.
It looks like it may have strengthened just real fast in that last scan. All right, I'm not seeing any organized rotation, but it was trying to form a little bit of an inflow there near Dangerfield. Oh yeah, hey Brett, what do you think about this near Lone Star, Dangerfield? What do you think of that?
Wait, Lone Star Dangerfield, I got to see it again. I was reading Facebook comments.
It's that little inflow. I think it might be trying to form.
Right in here? Are you looking here or are you looking in here?
I'm looking, yeah, right where the Titan indicator is.
Oh, okay, yeah, back in there. Go to reflectivity and let's, or not reflectivity, I'm sorry, the wind tracker.
Oh, wind tracker?
Yeah.
There you go.
Might have been there. That looks better to the north of that. Again, that same one. Now it looks like it's gusting a little bit. So there may have been something that was trying to spin up, and now the winds are gusting out this way, unless that's just a very weak rotation.
I'm switching back to straight velocity just to see.
Yeah, there's a little poxy. Yeah, right on that leading edge, it looks like there might be some stronger wind speeds coming into Dangerfield. Again, if Dangerfield State Park, if you're camping there, you might start to notice the camper getting hit by some, 44-mile-an-hour winds. So yeah, it's trying to pick up a little bit. That's not surprising that we'd see something like that. Might be a little tougher to get a tornado going just because of the environment's not as sheared as it was yesterday, but we are seeing some stronger inflow and then the low-level jet in behind it trying to push those thunderstorms out. So at any rate, 44-mile-an-hour winds to maybe 31. Gate-to-gate shears fairly weak on those storms. So that's kind of a little perhaps calming versus any kind of nerves that you might have from those storms yesterday. But yeah, it looks like that up toward Rocky Branch, those winds are gusting a little stronger in that area there. So yeah, nothing official on that. There's no tornado warning. There's not even a severe thunderstorm warning on that. But occasionally we'll have these storms things will fire up. And Liliana Janelle says it's pouring and loud thunder in Camp County. And that makes sense with what we're seeing on radar. And Rexana Lunsford said pouring in South Tyler. So we're seeing that. Pouring in Palestine from Vanessa Preston. We appreciate everybody's reports on seeing that because we can then relay that to everyone who's watching this morning. And we have quite a few of you who have tuned in this morning, and we really appreciate your time on a Saturday morning to spend it with us. We're having coffee and water and kind of going through these storms, but you can see how fast, and then that little bit of a Titan indicator here as it was just starting to rotate up through Camp County toward Dangerfield and Rocky Branch. But look how fast. So about an hour ago, these things were west of Mineola, and in that short period of time, they've raced eastward, and now they're moving into Morris County, and they're going to be into Cass County here in no time. And the shower thunderstorm area down here toward Longview, that's just about moved into Longview, right on time. We've got the heavier rain at Tyler, and then you've got Mineola with thunderstorms in Sulphur Springs down toward Emory. This is a heavier pocket of thunderstorms here, so heavier rain in that area. Into Delta County, also parts of Lamar County, southward near Cooper and Parrish, you're seeing heavier rain and thunder. Still untapped out here, or it was tapped yesterday, but nothing's moved into the Jefferson and Marshall area yet. And let's put another time track on a track on these showers here as they move a little farther to the east. Specifically, that one circulation that we continue to see, even though it's weak, if anything, you could get a little gust-nado. I couldn't rule out a gust-nado out of that just because we're seeing the winds starting to gust a little bit. It would be very, very weak feature, but still enough to knock over a couple of things and maybe make the wind chimes go a little bit louder. Kilgore 729, so it's right on the doorstep at Kilgore. It's on the doorstep there at Longview, Henderson, and then eventually as it keeps moving over toward Hallsville, Jefferson, Marshall, and moving out of our area when it gets to Atlanta about 8:42. So that's right on schedule with the way our future Skycast painted this out. It had these storms sort of surging east and moving out of the area by about 9 a.m. So our plan was to stay on at least through 8 a.m. and just kind of walk everybody through the showers and the thunderstorms. We have thunderstorms right now at Tyler Pounds. Let's go down to the south a little bit on that cell. or on all of these cells, I should say. Back toward Jacksonville, they're getting a thunderstorm in Jacksonville right now. Had a question about will Henderson see rain today? Ray and Elaine asking that question. Yes, you've got these showers right here moving out of Smith County, going to head down toward Henderson. So Henderson probably needs some rain. It's been a little bit dry there. Carthage will get some rain. Mount Enterprise, these thunderstorms here toward Palestine are also moving kind of east-northeast at about 50 miles an hour, so those showers should be there soon. Behind that, you've got embedded shower. You've got showers with embedded rumbles of thunder that will all kind of move off to the northeast, and then we will see maybe around noon to 1 or 2 o'clock for additional showers and thunderstorms forming over deep East Texas and impacting parts of San Augustine and Sabine County as late as 4 o'clock this afternoon, and any of those could be a little bit on the stronger side, especially if we don't get these showers out here in western parts of Cherokee County to move in to deep East Texas and kind of dampen the energy that is currently in place over deep East Texas. But no warnings currently, though that storm there might be a little bit stronger. It did have a significant weather alert tag put on it, or a special weather statement from the National Weather Service saying, hey, this is a little bit stronger, some wind gusts to 40. We sampled 44 miles an hour inside that cell. There's one lightning bolt here northeast of Gilmer and Ore City. This is going to be Lake of the Pines all the way up here, north and east of Diana. Diana, you're about ready to get back into some very heavy rain again. And out toward Lone Star and up toward Dangerfield, we've got rain moving now into Dangerfield State Park for anyone camping there and watching us on the app. So you can have 3 ways that you can keep up to date with the weather this morning is the Facebook page, which a lot of folks are doing. So thank you for that. Also on our YouTube channel, and if you know anybody that maybe lives out of area but wants to keep up with East Texas weather, or if you just are a big YouTube fan, go to the YouTube channel, the CBS19 YouTube channel, subscribe. You can like this post, that would be really nice. You can also share the post out with anybody that you would like to have them have a chance to see this. And then on CBS 19 Plus, we are streaming this live. Typically there'd be some other programming on, but when there is going to be active weather, of course, we're going to cover that on CBS 19 Plus. And even if it's not severe, the best thing we can do is people have questions. They're wondering what's happening. Why am I hearing thunder again? Is this another day where we're going to have another tornado threat? So we're here trying to answer those questions for you. Tornado threat, very low today across most of East Texas. It's deep East Texas where there would be a higher concern for maybe some large hail or a quick spin up this afternoon. Timing is a little bit different. Some of the timing we're seeing in our computer modeling data would be early to mid-afternoon. Discussions from the Weather Service are mid to late afternoon. So if the truth lies somewhere in the middle, then 3 o'clock would be the time where we'd have a stronger thunderstorm roll through, right?
Hey, Brett,
Yes,
I
go
just
ahead.
got an update from the National Weather Service. I was asking them about that cell and that area near Dangerfield and Pittsburgh that we were tracking. They said that there were some very gusty winds out there, and that was around 40 miles per hour, 33 knots to be exact, at Mount Pleasant. So they expect it was mainly a gust that moved through and maybe lofted some things just because it was so gusty. But otherwise, we're not seeing anything that they are concerned about.
Okay.
I'll let you know if they say anything else, but I'm going to send it back to you.
All right, so we'll cover, I've got the radar over here on the big board, and we can look at that here. So this is what Sarah was just pointing out here. That's just west of Naples. So when it went through Mount Pleasant, it was 40 miles an hour. In fact, we just sampled about the same thing, 44 mile an hour winds, Rocky Branch up toward Naples. But you do have just a little bit of red next to green there. So swirling winds right now can be, you know, if the wind is hitting the ground and it's being spread out just because it hits the ground and then it spreads out like a downburst would be. So you can have winds that appear to be going in both directions. Sometimes downburst winds will do that. Radar operators will sometimes see signatures that look like 2 sort of bow echoes on either side. So it looks like it's a big, large donut, red on this side, green on the other. And sometimes that's indicative of a downburst wind. What happens when wind hits the ground? Where it has nowhere to go and hits the ground, right? So what does it do? It spreads out. So sometimes when they go back out and you look at damage patterns, sometimes people will be like, well, the trees are laying in this direction and laying in this direction, must have been a tornado. Not necessarily. When the downburst winds hit, they spread out in different directions, and so you can have damage that goes in opposite directions. It's not really a tornado. They're looking for a path where things are sort of going in the same direction, but maybe a tree's knocked down this way, a tree knocked down that way, or there's a building impacted. So when it's all sort of in that called starburst pattern or a circular pattern, it's more or less going to be determined to be a downburst. So this could be a little bit of a downburst wind, just a little burst there of wind and a gust that was close to 40 miles an hour that the radar is picking up in a signature like that. Meantime, down here toward Pittsburgh, there's a little updraft in that shower or that thunderstorm. We don't have any lightning being tracked on this right now, so we're just, because we want to look purely at the winds inside the storm. We'll go back to reflectivity and play this out for you on the reflectivity mode. And as we do, what you'll see here is, yeah, quite a bit of lightning up toward Wilkinson. That's headed toward Bassett on Interstate 30. Also at Dangerfield, there's lightning headed into Dangerfield through Pittsburgh. I want to go down to the south a little bit. We've got quite a bit of rain and thunder toward Picton, Quitman, back toward Gilmer. The rain is coming down. We know we have the run in Tyler today for autism awareness, and Winsboro. Look at the lightning in Winsboro right now. Longview, it's just a light shower. Lindale seeing some thunder and lightning. Just wondering, here's Tyler. We'll bring Tyler up into the middle of the screen there. You've got some thunder in parts of southern Smith County, extending down into Cherokee County, into Jacksonville, Palestine, pouring rain being reported on our Facebook page. Canton, still some thunder, lightning. And there's more out to the west that eventually will move on in here. So if we widen that out just a little bit more, and look down to the south, Crockett, a little bit of rain, some Palestine, some rain. So I think this rain, the thunderstorm is going to move through Cherokee County here soon and move into Gregg County. But the heaviest thunderstorm right now is right just behind the initial line. That's from Mount Pleasant down to Emory back toward Canton. And that whole thing is moving to the east at about 30 miles an hour. There's two kind of pockets when I look at this here. Heavy rainfall here near west of Gilmer, right on the front. And then behind it, post-frontal. If it's post-frontal, it's elevated, so it can't become surface-based. And if it's elevated, we don't have to worry about a tornado back here. We just have to worry about some small pockets of hail and, of course, thunder and lightning. I'm seeing some video over there on a monitor, so let me know if we're going to talk about that. Could be Brendan Gurley, who has volunteered his time this morning to kind of be out, just kind of looking to see if we've got any sporadic wind damage. We thought we'd have sporadic wind gusts with this as it was coming through, but he is driving on Shiloh Road. Heavy rain in East Texas. It was in the Shiloh Road area last night where it was really 110 highway around Grande, where there was a report that there could have been a circulation. So he's on Shiloh Road driving, I believe, I don't know which direction I'm going. It's on the, oh, he's on the loop? Oh, we got a live picture up. Oh, I see. We have our CBS19 on-scene car. Okay, so we are on the loop driving west and into the cloud cover. I'm seeing two different videos. That's why I was thinking that what we had over here was, so, all right. He's got that live shot up. Streets are wet. Rain continues to fall. We're not seeing any kind of like little debris in the road. That's certainly good news. But yeah, you need a little extra time for sure if you are out and about. So you can see the spray coming up, obscuring your view just a little bit. He is headed what looks like kind of in my, yeah, I was going to say he's in my neighborhood. He's over there headed, the autism run is going over there if he wants to, there's this going by Bishop Gorman High School here in just a second. And then to the right will be the Andy Woods neighborhood. It's just going to cross right there. That's going to be Pollard. You'll come up here on Copeland in a second. And then, of course, that building there was damaged last June with the windstorm. That's Pollard. And then he'll be up here on Copeland here in just a second. So that's the area where the run is going on, but I don't see anybody running. So they may have delayed that just to wait till the lightning to move on by here. So you can see traffic coming on up here. He's coming up to Copeland right now. And this is always a nice red light here to catch, kind of chance to catch your breath on that. So a new flash flood warning. What popped up there? That's a new one. Is that an extension?
One they issued it
For I-30 and Sulphur Springs toward Cooper.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So yeah, actually, let me get a track on that, or a check on that, on what they're seeing out there.
Yeah, because that's gotten a little bit heavier.
Hopkins County in northern Texas.
let me see, rain gauges indicate a thunderstorm producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 1 to 2 inches of rain have already fallen here, but the flash flooding is ongoing or expected shortly, according to the National Weather Service. Remember, turn around, don't drown, don't drive into any flooded roadways. The big deal is you don't know how deep it is, and especially on a day like today where you're likely going to see water get kicked up, and that's going to drop your visibility even more, and roads are rather slick. You don't know how deep it is, and it really doesn't take much water to wash away a vehicle or even to float a vehicle. So just make sure that you are staying cautious. It's this little stretch of I-30 where it goes into effect, starting right around Cumbie, near Campbell, near Brashear, and continuing out to the east, out toward Saltillo, out toward Weaver, stopping short of Mount Vernon. That's that stretch of I-30. I feel like that'll be the biggest impact to most of us who are out on the roadways this morning. So just make sure you're staying cautious. Some heavy, actually, I think I can get a look at our rainfall rates to see how heavy it's coming down there. So the brighter colors indicate heavier rain at how quickly it's falling. So what we're seeing in the pink, yeah, that is definitely some heavy rainfall. I'd say that's closer to maybe 2 inches an hour, 3 inches an hour. That's out north of Weaver, out toward the Dike area, out toward Como. We'll also see some heavy rain as well, not quite as heavy as that Weaver, Flora area. So heavy rain is coming through, probably lots of heavy rain across the majority of East Texas. We have quite a few flash flood warnings. That one that we just talked about near I-30, another one that includes Linden and parts of Jefferson. The rain has kind of moved out of that area, but we have another round that's on the way. That's moving along I-30. It's east of Mount Pleasant at the moment, heading toward Marietta, and it's east of Gilmer. Wow, look at this heavy pocket of rain near Ore City. Dang, it is coming down near Ore City and Sulphur, or I should say Cedar Springs. This is moving out to the east. Oh, wow, look at this. It's moving in New Hope. You guys are about to feel some very, very heavy rain. That's moving out to the east toward New Hope, toward Malta. Eventually, if it does hold, it'll get closer to Boston. So very heavy rainfall is coming through. Near the Texarkana area, earlier we did have a flash flood emergency, which is the highest level of a flash flood alert that you can have. We heard that there had to be several people that were rescued due to the water, so make sure that you are staying cautious. Water and flooding is not something to mess around with. A lot of times if you're going to run into an issue when it comes to flooding or flash flooding, it's going to be in a vehicle. Over half of any flash flooding deaths do occur in some sort of vehicle, so make sure that you're just staying cautious. We always say turn around, don't drown. That will keep you the safest out on those roadways. But wow, just look at that heavy rain out toward New Hope. Dang, it is coming down. I bet it's like a hose over there, or a shower head, or some sort of something that is very, very powerful. Maybe even a pressure washer. Probably not that heavy, but hey, you know, still very heavy rain. Let me look at the rainfall over the past, let me see, this is over 1 hour. Let me see if I can get the past 3 hours or so. Now, it will likely look a little bit later in the Dallas area. Remember, we did have the radar go down earlier today, so I'm not tracking, just take that part with a grain of salt if it's near Dallas. That is going to impact how much rain came down from our radar estimates. But if you look at here for areas in East Texas, out toward Commerce, toward Emory, we're seeing closer to 1 1/3 inches, maybe 1.5 inches of rain that was from our radar estimates. More toward the Cooper area, closer to 2 inches, maybe even 3 inches of rain from our radar estimates there. From Cooper to Bardstown, even into Paris and south of Powderly, dang, it just came down over the past 3 hours. And we are still seeing that heavy downpours. I would say even a torrential downpour in some areas that was out toward New Hope that we just showed you. Now I'm going to take a wider look at things. Deep East Texas, you really haven't seen rain over the past few days, and you are still staying dry. We are tracking quite a bit of tornado, or I should say thunderstorm energy out there. The Nacogdoches Lufkin area, where you can see that contour of the slightly darker orange. That's somewhere that I would just make sure that my ears are staying pricked to the forecast due to the potential for some strong storms that are moving down there. So make sure you're staying weather aware. But really, if you were behind this line of thunderstorms, and that's, I'm going to put a track where that thunderstorm line is at the moment. That's also where we're seeing a front move through. So if you are on the western side of those orange arrows that I just drew, if you're on the west side, you're just going to see maybe heavy pockets of rain.
maybe some hail, but really you are out of any severe threat. But if you live out in Deep East Texas or along the west, I would say Deep East Texas, Sabine, out toward St. Augustine counties, maybe Nacogdoches and Shelby counties as well. That's where you have a higher potential to see some sort of severe weather. Right now, gusty winds and hail, as well as heavy rain, do appear to be the biggest threat to us. But as we enter the afternoon, there's a chance we could start to see something spin. Let me take a wider look again to see where those storms and showers are. I'm seeing our Titan indicators pick on something out towards Centerville and out toward Porter Springs. Let's see what's happening over there. Maybe some disorganized rotation out toward Middleton. I'm not seeing anything that I'm necessarily concerned about over there. Our Titan indicator is just picking up on that general broad scale rotation, what we usually call mesoscale. So that just means that it's bigger than a tornado, and that's not something that you can really see spin down in the same way. So nothing to really worry about out there. Rather, it's going to be potentially some hail, just given the way that this looks. It looks like we have like beads kind of coming through, as well as some heavy pockets of rain. I would suspect that these are very tall storms, so that would give us a chance at hail. I'll try our hail tracker again, but again, this isn't always loading into our system very well, and it looks like it's not getting there. I can try to track on a correlation on our debris tracker. Yeah, I would suspect, given what I'm seeing there's probably some decent hail in that. Brett?
Oh, so just got word that the race for autism awareness in Tyler here today has been canceled because of the rain and the thunderstorms, and they're not going to let up here for the next couple of hours. But we continue to track this debris tracker, so what it's looking for is something different. This is rain, and so it sees and sorts the precipitation sizes and shapes into different what we'll call bins. So all of this that is same or has a high correlation, that all goes here. When it gets into a medium or lower, it might be something different. So we could have some leaves blown around just because it's gusty with a couple thunderstorms out there, to something that would be larger, like if we had something, not in this blue, this is not a good example of that, but if there was blue right in the middle here near Nineveh, this would indicate that there would be some sort of building, brick or something like that, or tree. But again, that's not, when you see that on the leading edge, that's not a good comparison. It would have to be in the middle next to that red area. Anyway, let's go back to reflectivity. We're going to end this stream here, take a break, and then we're going to do an update on CBS 19 News at 8 o'clock. And we'll bring everybody up to date on what's going on, and then we will take a break for the morning, as the severe weather threat is really just not here with us this morning. We do have a couple flash flood warnings, and that is about it. So we appreciate everybody staying with us on the Facebook page and on the YouTube channel on CBS 19 Plus. We'll take a break, and we will see you at the top of the hour on CBS 19 for an update here this morning. Good morning, East Texas. I'm CBS19 Chief Meteorologist Brett Anthony with meteorologist Sarah Blue, working some overtime here to bring you an update on our weather impact alert in East Texas. This morning, you're looking at a live CBS19 on-scene unit shot from the vehicle headed through parts of Smith County, westbound in Smith County, and then on CBS19 live radar, we continue to track. Right now, no severe thunderstorm warnings. No tornado warnings, no tornado watches or severe thunderstorm watches. We have had a couple of stronger thunderstorms move through the area. Those are now starting to move over toward the Texarkana area at this time. You can see it's just rain, gentle to moderate. In some instances, it's a little bit heavier. So you're wondering, why are you all on then this morning? Just doing this brief update before we join regular programming. And the reason is because we just want to bring you up to date on what's happening. And maybe if you had any kind of fears from overnight that we were getting back into more severe weather this morning, well, we're here to tell you that everything looks pretty good right now. Later on this afternoon, not 100% sure about how things play out in deep East Texas, though I do like this sign that the showers at Jacksonville, the thunderstorms at Jacksonville, and the heavier pockets of rain moving into Henderson could continue to move down into deep East Texas and kind of dampen the energy that is still in the atmosphere down there. We also have a few thunderstorms moving into Houston County and into Anderson County. What you can expect are maybe some gusty winds, 30 to 40 miles an hour with these thunderstorms. Heavy rainfall. We could see some more flash flood warnings being issued. We just had one issued in Hopkins County with a heavier pocket of rain that has moved through there. We continue to see this flash flood warning in Marion and Cass County up into Miller County in southwestern parts of Arkansas. They had a flash flood emergency overnight in the city of Texarkana. Meantime, that is the little edge of a little gust front that went out ahead that moved through Jefferson. We had just a little bit of a maybe 40, 45 mile an hour gust as it moved through Camp County a little while ago. But now we're settled in with just a gray, kind of rainy Saturday morning for you. Enough rain and thunder to cancel the run to support autism for autism awareness in Smith County and the city of Tyler. And look at all that lightning that now is in southeastern parts of Smith County down into Cherokee County. You can see lightning strikes from Troop all the way to Jacksonville. Our Titan indicator perhaps suggesting there might be just a little bit of pea-sized hail. I would not be surprised if we saw something like that. By the way, we are also streaming on our CBS19 Plus channel and on our Facebook page and on our YouTube channel. So I appreciate everybody who's watching over there. Of course, we're just doing this here on CBS19 just to know, so you know that we've been streaming all morning over there. We're probably going to take a break, but what we're going to end up doing is make sure that you have that CBS19 Plus app downloaded or on the Roku app on your TV, on your smart TV, because what happens is if we go back into severe weather mode this afternoon and it's not quite a tornado warning, we'll do the streaming and you can watch it for free on Fire TV, Apple TV, and Roku. On that CBS19 Plus, you can watch that, and then you can take that also, if you've got that TV maybe on the app or something like that, you go into your sheltering place. Well, what you do, you just continue to follow along on our severe weather alerts and updates and our live coverage over there. So that's how we've got you covered on that side. We'll have you everything, all that information over on the app and, of course, on the mobile devices on either Google or Android and or Apple devices, so you can download either one of those. All right, so just a minute to go here before we go back to regular programming, just to bring you up to date on what we're seeing. Again, we've got pretty steady rain. You can see how it's just moved in, and it is now starting to push the front a little farther to the southeast. So we're going to be in for a period of some rain and thunder that could last maybe the next hour or so. Sarah Blue's tracking those showers for us. So we're talking about the rain moving into Jefferson at 8:19, Marshall at about 8:33, Wells right around 8:43, Nacogdoches at about 9 o'clock this morning, eventually over toward Wascom and Greenwood by 9:30. I don't anticipate any watches or warnings this morning. Let's wait until about 1 or 2 o'clock this afternoon, especially down here from Nacogdoches Center, Hemphill, and Lufkin. We will see if we get another watch issued in those areas. There has been little activity all week long in deep East Texas, and the final piece of this storm is going to be pushing through and lifting out this afternoon and tonight. By the way, behind it, much cooler air tomorrow. All right, thanks for watching this special coverage update here from our CBS 19 News weather experts and our CBS 19 News team. For meteorologist Sarah Blue, I'm CBS 19 Chief Meteorologist Brett Anthony. Have a great morning, and thanks for watching.